Hello there guys and welcome back to another stream. My name is Mike aka Decimal Punked and we are back in Unity 6.0. The version we are using is 6000.0.58F2. The last stream, which was about an hour ago, I literally spent 3 hours putting in the sound effects. Could not believe how long that process took. I had, and I still do, have a few folders in the project with sound effects, and I made sure that they sounded right, occurred at the right point during animations and things. So yeah, it needed doing. Just surprised how long it took. So what are we going to be doing this stream? The title of the stream is, I think, Final Audio and Magic Combat. So what we're going to do, there are 3 more sound effects that need to go in, and then I'm going to change the music track because I'm not happy with the one I've got. And then we're going to add the Magic Combat to Athelstan. If there is any time left after that, I'm going to do a bit of work in ink. We will see how we do with the time. So, here is the list. So, we're going to pick out a noise for the spell to be cast. And I think it's in here. So I'm just going to turn off the stream music while we pick out a nice sounding magic spell. I think I quite like that one. Kind of spoilt for choice here. We'll just go for Ice Bolt. And I just need to jot down the asset. I just need to jot down the link for this, guys, because I need to reference this in my assignment. Right, so we go in here. We've got SFX, Interact, PC, Skeleton. So we're going to create a cultist folder. This is going to be their attack or cast spell. So what we need to do is go on to the sound effects manager, and if we copy that, cultist attack, And go into here. Okay, so now that we've got that done, we need to go into the animation for the cultist attacking. So going to the character folder, NPC, cultist. Oh! We've already got that. Oh, that must be the point at which we cast the spell. Cultist spell. Okay, well, we'll do... Right. That's going to have to go on the code for cultist. We'll copy that. And it's cultist spell, so this will be cultist attack. String. So cultist spell. Cultist attack. Cultist spell. Cultist attack. Cultist spell. Cultist attack. Welcome to the stream. Right, so basically that should play the sound at the point they cast the spell. Let's test that. So what I need to do, save the project. I just need to... Where's my player character? There we go. God damn. Oh my god, dude. Right. Just need to listen to that spell again. It doesn't sound very magic-y. Like, it doesn't feel like it's got enough of an impact there. I'm sure. Hmm. Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna go for that. Frost Nova short 1. That was just pants, that one. So, Frost Nova short 1. See how that sounds. Oh my god. Alright, so that is the sound for the cultist casting the spell. We need cultist hit. So where is it? Where is it? Um, I'm sure I had another one as well. Maybe not. Alright, we'll go for... We'll go for that one. And... male character voices. I'm not sure if... What's her to block attack? Yeah, it's that one. I just need to get a link for that one. Okay. So we need to go in the script graph for the sound effects manager. Cultist hits, so we've got the event there. So now we need to go into the what's it for? So we've got idle, hit, death, attack. So it's going to be the hit that we need. And then we're going to click on the cultist animator. And the hit we're going to replace with that one. And then we're going to go into the code. Uh, Alright, so now when we hit one, we should get a grunting noise. Let's give it a test. Gotta try that again. Happens so quick. Oh my god, dude. I'm just gonna do that one more time to hear it. Einmal Zeit. Okay, so cultist being hit is done. Okay. Sip of the coffee. Last sound effect to go in. Cultist dying. Right, we're going to have to just mute the background music for a sec. I can't. Just doesn't sound. Um, I think I'm gonna go for that one. Where's that just gone? Put it in the wrong one. So we got attack, hit, and death. So the death needs to go. On. Alright, we're going to need to add a block in here, guys, because I discovered a bug when I did this for the skeletons. Basically, if you killed a skeleton, if you killed a skeleton and its corpse remained there, you could still hit within the trigger, and it would play the dying effect. So we need to do the same for here. Right, so we're on the cultist idol. So let's create a Unity event for... Ugh! Sorry. Hold on, what is going on there? Cultist hit. Cultist death. Cultist death. Attack hit. Attack hit death. Right, let's just test it. So when we kill it, we should hear the death noise. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Alright, so that worked pretty well. Just one more test. You can hear... Okay, it's not doing the trigger. when the skeletons were killed, their trigger was still kind of active, and what was happening with that was it was triggering a second death noise every time you swung your sword when you were within vicinity. So that works for. I can delete the bug prevention for cultist repeating the sound. The cultist dead sound is done then. That is a very nice and tidy sound effects manager. Love it. Right, that is the that's the sound effects for the cultist. So what we need to do is put in Athelstan's combat, and then put in the sound effects for Athelstan. I just want to quickly swap out the music track because I don't like what I've got. Just think it's a bit pants. Don't even know where I got that one from. What's up with that guitar string at the beginning? There's too much drum on that one. Not sure on that one. What's the difference between this one? What's the difference? Sorry guys, I'm just making sure I picked the right one. There's a bit too much flute in that one. I'm gonna go for that one. I like that one. Music. Get rid of that nonsense. Music manager, please. Probably have to turn it down, it's quite loud. Jesus Christ. It's proper loud. Music manager. So if I put the volume down to 0.6. Oh, you bastard. Dude, those magic fireballs are really tricky to dodge. Oh. That music feels so much better. That feels so much better. Oh, that feels so good. Oh, that is the song, isn't it? That is definitely the song. That is amazing. I really like that one. And that was... I'm going to get rid of this nonsense. I don't know why. I've got that one there. So that was Shards of Ludu. So... Shard. I just need to get the reference for this, guys, for my assignment. Shards of Ludu. Where is it? Is it that one? There we go. And it's Sol Taverna, no solo. Alright, I just need to get the link for this for my assignment. Right, so we've got the music done. So that music's there. Audio, music. So now we can go into the max stack and delete that. Okay. Right, so that's the music done. Music, finishing magic combat. Okay. That song I really like. It feels like it has medieval appropriate instruments. Okay, let's put on the string music, guys. Sorry, I had to, whilst I'm doing that, I have to... I have to have the music like off while I listen. Right, once we've got the last sound for Athelstan, we can get rid of that. to be honest. We can get rid of these as well. Okay. Athelstan, my man. You're up. It's your turn to be the magic caster. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to open that up. We need to put a sphere on. So we need to go into the orb. Right, we need to go into the prefab. So we're now that we've got the magic casting implemented on the cultists, we're gonna do the same for Athelstan. He has a basically similar to that, but it's going to be a bit larger. So we're going to find the red orb, I think it is. What one was it? I don't think it was that. Oh yeah, there we go. The red one. So what we're going to do is we're going to move. We're going to move that into the projectiles folder. Come out of there. And there we have it. So I need to rename this as Athelstan's. Athelstan, where's Athelstan? Priest. So we're going to call this Athelstan Orb. Actually, I might just call it Priest Orb so it's shorter. Oh. Priest Orb. There we go. Right, so what we first need to do, the size of the cultist one is 0.4, 0.4, 0.4. I'm not going to shrink the size on that. We're going to go in here and put the X on the 90. Sorry, was that minus 90? Minus 90. Let's go in the right direction. Okay. So you know what I might do? I wonder if I can just adjust the trail. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, I have not seen this before. Yeah, I think I'm gonna close that tab. I'm not gonna go messing with that. I was gonna make the trail a little bit longer. That's fine. I just thought it would look cool with a longer trailing effect. Okay, so what do we have on the cultist orb? We have a rigid body and we have a script machine. We also need to put a sphere as a child. And we need to make the scale of it 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. But because it's slightly larger, we can go 0.4. The position of it is the same. Or is it? I'll do 0.3. Okay, and then if we copy the sphere collider, sphere collider is a trigger. So oh, we don't need to do anything else. Right, so on the main body of the orb, we need a script machine. Why did I make game object for child trigger? Oh, here. There we go, that's why. Alright, so we'll just create one and call it priest orb. So script machine. And then we need to do a rigid body. Just need to change the colour of the sphere. So if I remove the material, I need a red one. That's good. Okay. So we've got that, and then if I click between them, excellent. All right, so we have the two orbs. The size of the purple one is massively lower because, well, they're not as powerful as the boss man, so that's why I did them at 0.4 on the scale. Sip of my coffee. Okay. So 0.4. So if we go between the graphs, so we're currently on the cultist orb. This is going to follow the exact same. If I go and priest Athelstan, yeah, he doesn't have any code on him yet. So we'll basically have the same as this. But for the moment, we are just setting up the orb. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me just check all of this code. Okay, cool. So we're in the cultist orb, so I'm going to copy that, go onto the priest orb, paste that, and then we're gonna check the variables. So we have current path, that's a vector 3. Is seeking boolean turned to on. Child trigger, which is going to be the sphere. And then what I'll do, I'm going to drag that onto my other screen for the moment, just so I can go into the orb and drag that over there. There we go. And then we've got it there. Why has that got a blue square? Child trigger game object. Oh, now that one has it. Okay. Thanks for the spam view, Flowering. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, so we have the variables set up on the what's its chops. So this code, I just need to make sure that we're going to go through each line, make sure the variables are correct. So start the trigger, so we're going to do is seeking, freeze the rotation of this rigid body, destroy it, get the forward of this, x, y, z, plus 3. Now to the red one. That handles the movement. That handles looking at a move towards. And we're going to say for the red one, we're going to deal so if the player is unlucky enough to get hit by 3 spells, that's going to be a fifth of their life. They can be dodged, and there's the heal ability. It is doable. 0.05. I'm going to put that 0.1. 0.05, 0.1. So it will deal 10 health damage if the player hits it. Right, that is the orb set up. So now what we need to do basically we'll leave the idle, but we want to copy out the hit, death and attack. No, we don't want to do the death yet, actually. He's going to be entering the shock state when he's defeated. And he's going to look like a bit of a wimp. Wimp Athelstan, my liege. So basically, when his health is reduced to 0, he's going to be like that. So that is shock B. Yeah, we'll go for that. So shock is when he's defeated. Oh my god, we've got to give him a health bar as well. Right, let's do one thing at a time. Let's get the animation in. So we'll go for casting, which or the idol. Idol is, yeah. So we need the casting, which is cultist attack. So you've got an is casting bool, and that's off by default. And you've got an, I'm gonna have one that says is beaten, because if his health is 0, it will go to is beaten, which will put him into that begging state. And then the narrative after that point would then the narrative after that point the narrative after that point would then lead on to the is dead. So I'm gonna do a trigger for is beaten, or is defeated. I'll do is defeated. So that's a trigger. So from idle to casting is casting true. It's casting false. Exit time is casting false. Okay, that's the casting. And then we've got hit. Is hit as the trigger. No exit time. It's casting true. Exit time, casting true. Exit time, casting true. And then we're going to put in the not attack or hit. Attack or hit. We're going to put in the shock, which is going to be defeated. So idle to defeated is defeated. Idle to defeated. No exit time. Has exit time? No exit time. Casting to that. No exit time. Right, everything going into that, no exit time. These states is here, exit time on that, exit time on that. Okay. Right. So that should mirror . No exit time is hit. No exit time is hit. Okay. They look identical now. They are all magic casters, so they should follow the same suit. Okay. So, Mr. Priest Aethelstan. Oh, we need to loop that one. Oh, it's already looping. Oh, brilliant. Okay, we've got the animation set up for Aethelstan. What we now need to do, we haven't plugged in the what's its chops, the events yet. So if we just come off of here, we need to make sure. So we've got male model. Okay. So we've got the circle on him. We need to do a health bar. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's like... Right, okay. Alright, so we've got 3 things we need to do. We need to add a script machine to Aethelstan. We then need to add the health bar And then we need to do the trigger hit. I feel like we should do this first. So let's just check. Athelstan has... What does the cultist have? He's got the animator, capsule collider, which is no trigger. They've both got the sphere collider. The only difference with the cultist is the script machine. So if we add a script machine to Athelstan, and we're just going to call this God. We're going to call this Priest Athelstan Evil. Priest Athelstan Evil. And then cultist. So cultist idol. And then Priest Athelstan. Oh shit. No, don't change that. Just gonna muck up the references. What I can do actually, if I just quickly, if I delete that one, rename that as cultist, Control C, D, and then do -45. Ah! What's 45? It is that 135. There we go. That's better. So just instead of cultist idol, it now says cultist. That's all I did there. Right. So we need to add the code for Athelstan. We need to add the health bar for Athelstan and the trigger hit. It makes sense to get the main code in before we add in the other things because they're all going to tie in together. We've already sorted out the orb, so there's only 3 things left: the trigger hit, health bar, and the other thing. Oh my god. quite a few things there. Okay. Alright, let's just jump into this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all the code for the cultist. I'm just going to copy that and paste it on Athelstan. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go through block by block and make sure it's all working. Right. So so we've pasted the code. Let me just write down my job. So check all code line by line. Add all variables. Add HP bar. Add trigger hit. Add SFX, add okay, so we're going to do the variables now. So we're going to make sure we do this nice and correctly. So the very first one is hostile, and that's false. Next up, player sighted, false. Starting position, vector 3. Starting rotation, quaternion. Object to spawn, that's going to be priest orb. So I'm going to drag that over to my other, oh okay. We go into our projectiles, priest orb, awesome. Object to spawn is the priest orb. Object to spawn. Object to spawn. Next up is cultist hand. So this is going to be priest hand. Game object. Object to spawn. So priest hand. Game object. And that is hand.r. Hand.r. That. So priest, Athelstan, go down this hierarchy. Hand R. Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Priestman. Right, so object to spawn. The priest hand. And then we've got an is cast in boolean as false. As false. And then cultist reference. This is going to be priest reference. called, so priest, that'd be priest HP float 1. Priest HP float 1. Priest HP float 1. And then priest max HP float 1. Priest HP 1. Priest max HP 1. And then the health bar, which is the game object. So health bar, game object. Health bar, game object. So we just need to link up that variable. So I do believe we have gone through all of those variables and replicated that relevant for Priest Athelstan. Okay, so I can delete the add all variables needed off of the list for this. There are 5 more jobs remaining. We've got to check all of the code in the priest line by line to make sure the variables are relevant to the priest. We've got to add the HP bar, the trigger hit, and the sound effects and animation events. As we need to put a reference in the HP bar variable, I'm going to add the HP bar now. Oh my god. Dinner is repeating on me. Add the HP bar. Right, so if I copy the cultist health HP bar, so that is, yeah, it's basically the same health bar as the other enemies in the game. The only thing we need to do is change the script graph on that to be the priest HP bar. So we're gonna copy. So copy, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna paste this child. There we go. It's got a little health bar above his head now. So we need to rename this to be priest health bar. Priest health bar. And we don't need to do anything up there. We don't need to change anything in here. What we need to change is the priest health bar. We need to do a new thingy, a new script machine. So I'm going to remove that, and we're going to add script machine. And if I click on the cultist one, we're just going to copy that. Oh, hold on. Priest HP bar. So priest HP bar. So priest HP bar. There we go. Handles the health bar for the priest. Handles the health bar for the priest. then that is it. Oh! No, why did it do that? Right, so we're going to go in the priest one, and this is going to say update priest health bar. Update priest health bar. I'm sorry, I tend to repeat and read things back a couple of times to myself. It's a bit of this OCD thing I have. Update priest health bar. Update cultist health bar. Update priest health bar. Okay, so those are in. So now that we've got the health bar, if I just go on the cultist, it should be the blue HP bar. There we go. Yep. So if I go onto Priest Athelstan, where I've got the health bar, I just drag the priest's one down there. Add the health bar. Done. Add health bar. We've added the health bar. Okay, 4 more jobs. Sound effects, animation events, add the trigger hit, and check all the code line by line. So we're going to save the project, and we're going to go through this. Spawns magic attack. Okay, so we need to make sure that that happens on the animation. Oh my god, right, I need to check all the animation events. Oh my god. Right. The cultist orb. I know the code's all done for that. Let's go through this, shall we? Right. So if Athelstan receive damage. Okay. So I need to be very careful with this. We're going to go through slowly and make sure we've got this all correct. So I'm basically saying that with the cultists, they take 2 hits to be defeated. With Athelstan, Athelstan, how much health are we going to give him? He's a boss. I feel like he should be 5 hits to beat. Yeah, I'm going to say 5 hits to beat him. The skeletons will be 4 hits. I might actually just quickly go into the skeleton code actually. So 0.5, 0.5, I'm saying 4 hits to kill a skeleton. Handle skeleton receiving damage. So 4 hits for the skeleton. And we're going to say Mr. Athelstan is 5 hits. So he's got more life basically than the skeletons. So we need to get priest HP. Set variable priest HP. Priest HP, priest HP. Priest HP, priest HP. Get the, not the cultist reference, the priest reference. Is dead. No, we don't want to set the trigger for that. We want to... Is defeated. Set the trigger for is defeated. And we're not going to destroy it, and we're not going to wait. There's no need to wait for anything. He's basically going to stay begging. Wait for 6 seconds. Wait for seconds. We don't wait, we don't kill him. If we turn off that capsule collider, we'll be able to walk through him. We don't want to do that. But we can destroy the... I'll leave that on for the time being. We need to make him solid, so we're going to delete that as well. And then this needs to be priest reference. Set trigger is hit. Is hit. One second, guys. Sip of my coffee. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have another coffee. I've still got energy in me. Okay. Pardon me. So when the priest when the priest is defeated, so the cultists take 2 hits, the skeletons take 4, and the priest takes 5. Receive damage. So when the priest's life is 0, we set the trigger to say he's been defeated. If he's still alive, we just say he's been hit. That whole row of code is fine. Now let's check the next one. on start, so we're going to get the priest HP and the priest max HP. And I just need to go and make my coffee. I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Any questions, do feel free to ask. Okay. Set the cultist. Oh. Set priest. Right, priest HP, priest max HP, and then we get the health bar. We call the let's go in there. Update priest health bar. And we say, are they hostile? Is no, they're not hostile to start with. And then basically, when we put in the narrative, it's at that point that we would put in a block to say, prevent the magic casters from attacking. So it's only, they will only attack if hostile is true. But that won't get implemented yet until I've put in the narrative. So priest HP, priest max HP, health bar, update the priest health bar, is hostile, starting position, starting rotation, turning. That's that row done. Now on to this one. Set the variable player sighted. Starting position. Starting rotation. Set the variable is casting. Cultist reference, that's going to be priest reference. Is casting, yeah, that's already up there. Okay, that's all good. Next up, we're on the blue. So, in here, we're saying turn to face the player if they stay in the trigger. So we're going to get the I only put this bit in because what was happening when you defeated a cultist, their dead body would rotate to face you. But because we're not putting in the death just yet, so if the player stays in the trigger, turns to face the player, turns to face the player if they remain in the trigger. Turns to face the player if they remain in the trigger. If they're dead, it won't look at them. If he's alive, it will do that. Okay, so I can basically get rid of that. Oh, actually, right. Okay, what we need to do, because Athelstan, you basically give him the chance to live or die, essentially. So okay, so we're saying if the player stays in the trigger, check the priest reference. And we're going to say, is the priest defeated? And we're going to say, okay, if the priest is defeated, what I want you to do is just look at him and we'll turn the casting off. Okay, let's analyze the code. If the player stays in the trigger box of the priest, we're going to do a check and say, is the priest defeated? If the priest is defeated, just look at the player and say that he's not casting. If the priest isn't defeated, we look at the player and we attack. That is that line of code done. Next up is the spell. So this is going to be priest spell, and the object to spawn is the priest orb. Cultist hand is going to be the priest hand. And then check all code line by line. So I just need to do, I've checked all code line by line. We just need to do these 3 things. Actually, these 4 things, they're all animation events. So this would go in the attack, as would that. So there's 4 Unity animation events to do. So I think what would be a good thing to do now is add in the hitbox for the priest. So save. So if we click on the trigger hit, just have a look at the code. It shouldn't be too complex at all. Very straightforward, with literally 1 reference. Okay, so we're going to copy and then on the, copy the trigger hit and then paste as child. So I've got trigger hit there. And then we need to do priest damaged. So there's just 1 reference here, and it's to the game object of the priest. So that would be priest reference. Copy the code of this. Right, so we're saying deals damage to the priest, provided the player's animation state is either attack or ability. Deals damage. Ooh. So deals damage to the priest provided the player's animation state is either attack or ability. So we're getting the... Oh, hold on a second. One second. Sorry, I had a panic there. Right. Player sword, player character. Are they attacking or using ability? So cultist reference is going to be priest reference. And we're calling the receive damage function, which is up here. Receive damage. And then we're turning off the player character's sword hitbox. One trigger, enter. Okay. So that looks good to me. So if the player hits that priest, it's going to follow through with all of that. We can now tick off the add trigger hit. Okay, next up we need to add the animation events. So I believe there's just 3. Wait, we need to do the spell. Okay, so what we're going to do for this is I just need to go. I need to go onto the animation. And first off, we need to just check that it's the same length as the priest, the cultists. So if I go on the cultist and click on attack, it's 2.7. 2.7. Oh! I knew I made it longer. I knew I made his attack longer. I knew I made it longer because he's a bigger boss, so it's like right. The cultist's attack is 2.7. If we go into the animation, at what point? Oh. So it's when he throws his hand. Oh wait. Cultist spell, cultist attack, cultist spell. So it's when he kind of... Right, okay. Cultist spell. Cultist spell, so this would be priest spell. So on the attack animation, I'm just going to move this off. So we need to priest spell. Attack. I'm gonna do it there. Priest spell. So he should spawn the priest spell at that point. And then it's just sound effects. So let's just test that that works. Oh shit, that's huge. Oh, I've not got the attacking on loop, that's why. I was like, why is he not attacking? Priest evil attack loop. Oh my god. Oh Jesus, I'm getting mashed. Oh my god, dude. Oh no! That was a hit. Why did that not land? Oh no! Why are you still attacking? I'm dead. And why is he knocked over? Oh, dude. Athelstan. I'm dead. Come on, mate. There's no need for that. That was funny. Dude, I just did my special attack. Oh no. This isn't meant to be an easy encounter, guys. Dude, I've killed you! Cheeky bastard. That's right, beg. Okay, that works really well. He tripped on a dead guy. Welcome to the stream, Owen. Okay, so it's actually quite a fun encounter. It's meant to be challenging, and basically what I've got, the amount of health I've put on the enemies, Awen, or not the amount of health, but the damage inflicted or received from the player. Basically, the cultists take 2 hits to kill, the skeletons take 4 hits, and Athelstan takes 5 hits. There is a bug of sorts I need to fix. I need to check the animator for that. It's not a massive bug, should be an easy fix. Magic casting Athelstan, can tick that off the list. Athelstan combat. Athelstan combat. Okay. What do I need to do? There's a few more events. I do want to play around with the... What's it? What's it called? What's it called? The rigid body on the sphere, I think. I wanted to see how, if I changed it, I just wanted to see if that would, I don't know, influence the movement of it. How are you today, Awen? You okay? Right. We've got the priest spell in. So, plays SFX during spell casting when receives damage when defeated. So, we need to pick the sound for the priest's spell. That sounds more powerful than the other guys. So audio, sound effects, priest evil. So that's the cultists one. And then, yeah, it sounds much better, that one. Okay, so we need to go on the sound effects manager. And priest cast spell. So that's the priest's cast spell. Priest attack. I live. I'm glad you live, dude. Unlike your music. Yeah, because I'm working on the sound effects and stuff, I pause it when I'm doing the audio so I can actually hear it. I need to hear it. I've got a music track in the game now, a decent one, so it's obviously if I've got the normal stream music going, I can't do what I'm meant to be doing at the moment, which is the sound design. So right, so we've given his spell a sound effect now, so we're going to test that works. Here we go. Bastard. God damn. Oh, you shitbags. Oh, I am getting smashed. That's one down. Oh, dude, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead! Whoa. Let's go, priest boy. Your ass is mine. Okay, so even though we took his health down, because I know how much damage the player's sword does, the priest has 1 float as health. 0.2 damage is dealt each time by the player to the priest, so 5 hits would result in him being 0. But for some reason, when we get into 0, it's obviously not directly on 0. So it requires a 6th hit. So that's I need to jot that down. I remember there was a word for this. Someone in the last year's streams, a programmer, tuned in a few times. I can't remember the word he used, but it's basically for a very small value. It had a funny word, but it was basically a really, really small number. I'm sure it began with an A. Right, so we've got priest attack. So the priest attack is playing the sound for him casting. And that is there. So what we can do now is we can actually, we don't need this anymore. We don't need the frost sound effects anymore because we have put the ice blast in there, so we can delete free frost. Save the project. Next we need the cultist being hit. So we'll just get, sorry, priest being hit. I do apologise. So we need a male sound. How is that injured? How is that injured? I don't mind that one. That one's good. The other one's too wimpy. Priest evil. The Dark Souls moan. Oh man, I might have to play that over the Christmas break. Maybe I could live stream that. It'd be nice to have a break from all the game dev. Maybe we could do Jolly Co-op Souls, dude. Dark Souls 1, 2 or 3 though, that's the question. They're all great in their own way. Okay, we've got the sound effect in, let's test it. God damn! Oh shit. There's one down. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I just thought it might be good to have a trigger for going into the dungeon. We change the music, so if you go through the trigger, it will change to like kind of combat music. So maybe, I'm not sure. Right, that worked with the priest being hit. So that one is all in. The last one is the death. So if I click on the cultist and just look at the animation, that happens at the very beginning, and that's the sound effect. So what I need to do Come off the cultist. Go on there. Priest attack. Priest attack. Priest hit. Let's go to... Right, so he's not going to make the death sound yet. Get rid of that. It wouldn't make sense to use one of those just yet, because he's not dead. But we should save on to that for when we do kill him, if the player chooses to kill him at that point in the narrative. So... Oh, I need to be careful here. We only need this to play once. Let me just check the code. Cultist death. So, receive damage. We shouldn't plug that into the death. We only need to play it once. Let me think. Let's check my sugars, guys. Oh, sugars, sugars, sugars. Pain in the backside. Bane of my life. Right. The priest should only play that defeated sound once. if we were to plug that into the if we were to plug in a Unity event into the defeated state, it would do it over and over and over again. Let's think about this. Did we pick out a sound or did I not pick one? No, I've not picked one yet. Right, so when the cultist's life is on 0, we say that they're defeated. I know how to do this. Receive damage, and the thing that receives damage is that receives damage. Capsule Collider. All I need to do is create a reference to that, and then I can turn it off. So we could basically, what we can do when the priest is on 0 health, we can basically, on this line, we can do priest defeated, play the sound, and turn off the trigger on the priest, which means that this would then never happen anymore. So it would happen once, because the whole Capsule Collider on the trigger hit is what's initiating the received damage. So let's do that. Oh, that's my favourite song as well. Damn it. Right, let's pick out the sound. Uh, I want to save that one for when, if the player chooses to kill him. They sound way too wimpy. I think the angry ones. That's very true, dude. That's very true. I'm just trying to get the right sound because when the player beats him in combat, he doesn't die, he starts to beg, which initiates the final dialogue, and the player chooses whether to kill him or let him live. So that's why I'm trying to pick a sound relevant for him not dying but being defeated. So I'm just trying to pick out the right one. That will do. So what I'll probably do is keep... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to move it out there now, actually. Priest evil. Because then we can actually get rid of that. And then... That's the defeated one. That's the dead one. Okay. I've forgotten. Okay. So, if the priest is defeated, so when he's dead, when the priest is dead, we turn them to defeated state. We play the sound effect, and then we need to disable that trigger. So I need to do I'm going to call it hit trigger game object. Okay. So when the player defeats the priest, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to put that value at 21. Because at the moment, yeah, there's like I say, I can't remember the word for it. It's a very, very small, it's a weird word. It's basically a very small value. I'm sure it begins with A. But what we're doing is we're saying just 21, because if I left that at 0.2, which 5 of those makes up 1, it's not registering the death. So by just adding a value of just 1, it will mean that when we attack the priest 5 times, he should go to this state. So when his health is 0, we're going to say he's defeated, so he'll go into that state. We'll play the sound once, his defeat sound once, and then we're going to turn off the hit trigger, the capsule collider of the hit trigger. We're setting the collider to off, and if I show you the hit trigger in here, this is all it is, the capsule collider. So we're basically saying that none of this is going to follow through, which means the received damage will never happen. As in, it will prevent us from repeating playing this defeated sound over and over again. So what we need to do is test it. So we need to beat the cultist, we need to beat the priest, and we need to make sure that he does the hit sound effect, the magic casting sound effect, and the defeat sound effect. And if we were to hit him after he's defeated, we shouldn't get any sounds playing. Test time. Bastards. God damn it, dude. One down. Have that, peasant. Oh my god, they are whooping my ass. Woo! Oh! Oh, dude. Perfect. That works perfectly. Beg for your life. You'll be pleased to know, Awen, I've also changed some of the sword sound effects, the basic attack of the player character. So we don't have any weird sounding whetstone sharpening sound effects. I've also got sound effects in for the skeletons now. Oh, bro. Goddamn skeletons, dude. Oh my god. Nice. Oh, that music feels so good. Do you like the sound effects? Oh, I love my player character. He looks so freaking cool. I thought this guy was wearing a face mask for a second there. Dude. Okay. That was hilarious. It looked like he was wearing a face mask. Okay, so tested the let's do it one more time. Oh, you little fucker. The player ability is uninterruptible. Right, I need to fix that. Sometimes when you press Q, it doesn't do the ability. Right, that's working. That is all the music done. Finish the magic combat. And what was the title of this string? What title did I give this string, guys? I'm just going to put the animation thing back up there. Final audio and magic combat. That is all in. We have got the Magic combat in. Right, so what have we got here? Ability bug not activating when used. Check animator. Add small number or adjust damage for priest as requires 6. That's fixed. Cultist priests getting knocked over. Not too sure why they are. I mean, they've got the thingies on them, so it's a bit strange. Ability bug not activating when used. Let's have a quick look at that. So I did want to jump into Ink and the Quest Journal, which are literally, they're side by side aligned in terms of how they're implemented. So we have done what we set out to do. We finished all of the audio and we finished the magic combat. So add more damage from player. Oh yes, I've got to add animation event and sound effects. Done that. I've got to add more damage from player ability. That was the whole point of that ability. Or I could just keep it as an uninterruptible attack. It's tricky, isn't it? Let's have a quick look at the player. Whoa. Right, wow. Oh my god. I think that's the problem with the heal ability. For the heal to go to... It's a bit of a pain in the bum, that. Hit to ability has no exit time. I feel like we shouldn't have ability go to hit unless ability is false. Because what that means is no. What was the other thing? So from attack to ability, it goes straight there. It's like you only want to... You only want to do the cooldown if the ability state is active. Because at the moment, you can get interrupted in a couple of things and it messes up the cooldown. So if I go to PC Wow, I've done a lot of work. Look at that. Beautiful, nice, neat, organized code, guys. That's how you do visual scripting. Color code, comments, nice and tidy. Just how I like it. What am I looking for, guys? I've just said what I was looking for and I've gone blank. Why have I come in here? There was a purpose. I just said it. We were talking about the ability. That's it. The cooldown of the ability. Ability. There we go. I'm just analysing the code here to see how I can fix the issue. What does that one do? Where are you going? Charge cleave. I'm thinking there's a way that we could fix this. So basically, the problem we have is I've noticed in certain instances when we're in combat, or sometimes, you know, you're walking and you press Q and it doesn't do the ability. So kind of like kind of like what we need to do is say in here where we're setting the ball, because player ability is getting done on it's getting called every second on frame. Player ability down here, right there. So if I put something in, because here we're saying set the variable to ability active, set the ball to active. When the player presses Q. But then if they're not actually in, if they're not in the state, so when you press Q, we're saying, is the ability ready? If it is, let's say ability is active. And do that. Ability is active. But then we need to say here is the state in is the player in, we need an if to check. Okay, so you're telling the engine we're using the ability, but the ball that's handling ability ready is just here. So we need to have a check statement here to say, is the ball state in ability active or whatever it was. If true, then we say ability's not ready. We do the timer. Boom. If it's not, nothing will happen. So that should theoretically fix the issue where the player goes to press Q to use their ability. They're then penalised with the cooldown, and sometimes they're not actually doing the ability. So I do believe this should fix this. So we're in the player script graph under the player ability animation. So we're going to just plug it in and see if it works. So we're going to do an if, and we're going to check oh my god, my dinner is repeating on me. Okay, so you understand what's happening there, guys. We're checking if the player's pressed Q. If the player's pressed Q, we're saying, are they actually in the ability state? So we're going to connect that to that, and then if they are in the ability state, as in the actual animation state, then we will say the ability's not ready. And then we'll follow through with the cooldown. If false, nothing will happen. Let's see if that fix works. Welcome to the stream. Oh shit. That was interesting. I was able to use it. Jesus Christ. This is a real arse-whooping arena. Fuck. Holy shit, dude! They are smashing my ass! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Whoa, that was shocking. That was absolutely shocking. Oh my god. Okay, so what I've implemented, I believe, is a fix to that problem with the cooldown. Oh look, it just... It kind of works. Oh my god. There we go. I mean, it seemed to work, didn't it? What I just put in as a fix. Right, we need to re-enable... We need to re-enable the hitbox, because if we did a standard attack and then went straight to ability, the hitbox isn't... Dude, you're meant to be dead. God, I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh shit, I just saw my life. Okay, so that solution did actually seem to work quite nicely there. So... What? So... Okay. I've just put a nice comment box within that as well, guys. So it's quite nice to see that bug fix. So ability bug not activating when used. Believe that is a fix. Ability bug not activating. Ability bug not activating when used. I just want to test that a bit more. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna, oh, fudge cake. Sorry. I need to come out of that. There we go. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna run around and spam Q. And we're just gonna test it between the different states. So I'm running around, I'm spamming Q. There we go. Interesting. I was able to use it there. Right, I seem to have fixed that bug. They're coming, bro. Oh shit. No, I was healing, dude. Come on. I was healing, dude. They killed me mid-heal. That's a first. Okay. Was there any more bug fixes? Just trying to think off the top of my head. I'm not going to try and resolve the very small visual bug of the floating skeletons and the floating villagers. It is barely anything. You can't really notice it, and to be honest, you wouldn't really be standing around long enough to even watch their feet because they're vicious bastards. So I'm actually going to just I'm going to delete off the bug for floating skeletons because they actually look fine. That's a very minor thing, and the only time you'd really see it is if you move the camera down. But because all the combat has been programmed, it's that you wouldn't be looking at the feet. You'd be shitting yourself going into the graveyard. Villagers, same thing. They're not really that. They're literally the smallest unit above the ground, and that's because the nav mesh isn't completely flat to the terrain. But I'm fine with that. There's still one issue with the cultist and the priest being knocked over if the player runs into them. Not too sure what's causing that. So, was there anything else I wanted to get done? Add more damage from the player ability. Because at the moment, the player ability is uninterruptible. When you're in that state, you can still take damage, but you follow through with the attack. So the cleave is almost like an uninterruptible attack. The skeletons are the only ones. Oh, the trigger box, that was it. trigger box. Oh, trigger box on player sword. Trigger box on player sword. Enable for ability if disabled. Okay. Right, so basically there's one bug I've noticed, and that has happened a couple of times. So I'll just show you guys. If we go to skeletons, is probably the best practice ground. So if the player goes from attack and spams Q, like like if you do this, if you land a hit and then did a melee like that, the second hit doesn't register, and that's because the watch, I'll show you. So we hit and then we do that. It doesn't land because the hitbox has been disabled on the player character. Bro, why did you run away? I actually quite like that. I didn't program that, but it's like he's taken damage and shit himself and run off. I didn't actually program that to happen, but it's quite funny that they do that. They don't do it often, but when they do, it's like, well, if some enemies get low health, they do actually retreat. So it's really funny that he does that. And like I say, it's not all the time. Oh my god, bro. I do like this graveyard area. I think it's probably one of my favourite areas. Bro! Oh. Dead. That is almost a bit of a homage to Dark Souls 1. Unintentionally. I didn't make it like that on purpose. It just feels very relatable. What am I doing, guys? What did I just say? Trigger box on the player sword for ability. Okay. Right. So let's have a butcher's. What graph are we in at the moment? This is for the skeletons. So if I think it's actually the hitbox, the trigger hit, that turns off the player's sword. Because what you want to do in combat, you want the combat to feel responsive and do what you expect it to do. If I was doing my standard attack on a skeleton and I had my ability ready, I would want to land the damage from the normal attack and then straight away follow up with my special ability. But at the moment, because of the animator state, it's basically saying if we're in either states, we basically deal damage and then turn off the box, and that does not re-enable until down here. If the player if the player is not in attack or ability, we enable the box. So I need to say something in the ability in flow chart and say, look, when we press Q, is the ability active? If it is, no, hold on. No, we need to say get active of the sword hitbox. So if we're using the ability and the box, the hit, oh my god, if we press Q to use our player ability, we need to check is the hitbox disabled, because if you use the ability, it should be enabled. And then if the box is false, we would need to turn it on, set active, and then the rest of the code will handle turning it off when it hits something. So let's initiate this bug fix. I love that I can just analyze the code and just think up solutions, and it's fixing bugs is really fun. It's a challenge. It's trying to find out where the problem is and then think of a solution. And if it doesn't work, you try a different way, and you just keep doing that until you do it. And then when you do fix a bug, it just makes everything feel more polished, you know? Any bug that, you know, isn't an intended feature, you know, it just affects the gameplay and user experience. Like, you want it to be fluid. So what are we doing? Right, we're going to copy this, and we're going to say game objects, get active. Doesn't seem right. Oh, here we go. That's what we want. Get active self, not the hierarchy. The local active state of the game object. True if active. False if inactive. Glad I checked that. Okay, so we're getting the active, and we're saying if the sword is false, turn it on. And this little beauty is a bug fix. Player abilities up there. I guess this would then the reason why I'm not adjusting this code, guys, you see I've left that bug fix in there. the reason why I've not just kind of plugged this into the line of code is because if this bug fix for whatever reason becomes an issue, I can just delete it and plug that back in. That's why I've left it right there. Now what I'm going to do is, after the check, is the player in the ability state, where basically we're doing a check to say, is the game object, is the player's sword hitbox enabled? So we're going to plug that into there, and then that will go there. So now I love how tidy my code is. Okay, so if the player is in the ability state, we then do a check. Is the sword hitbox active? If it's off, we're turning it on. Okay? And then we're saying the ability oh, hold on. Right, hold on. Sorry, that needs to then go into there. Yeah, if I didn't do that, we would do the ability, but none of the thing would follow through. So what we've done there is where we've done the bug fix for player pressing Q and them not actually doing the ability. The second check directly after is, okay, is the sword hitbox enabled? If it's off, we need to turn it on, and then that branching on the if statement needs to reconnect to the code, the same code it would follow if it was true. So we're now going to test this. So what I'm expecting to happen is, if I go into combat with something, if I press space, I want to deal damage, and then directly after I want to press Q to do my ability. And if the ability is active, sorry, it should do attack. So I'm expecting to do damage once, and then immediately after, a successive damage and hit. And I just also thought of a way of managing the damage that is handled on the skeletons, cultists, and the priest. There's a way I can do that. I can basically do a check to check the state they're in. If they're in the ability state, then we would do, I don't know, double damage. If you're in standard, it would do normal. So we can also implement that quickly. I've still got a little bit of coffee left, guys, so I can quickly fix this. Let's test this. So we're gonna go to the skeleton graveyard. I'm hoping this is gonna work. It should do. I can see the logic and the code. Right. Hit once. Are you joking? Hit once and then no. Why didn't that work? The sword enters the trigger of the skeleton and the player is in either attack or ability. Deal damage, set it inactive. I haven't got a Unity event, have I? Why did that not work? Why did that not bloody work? Oh my freaking god. These are vicious bastards. Oh my god, I'm getting shredded. Come on, get out of there, dude. Oh, we got a double kill there. Interesting. You know what? It's almost like we need a custom event for this that handles the sword hitbox. Almost. So it's like you trigger the custom event and then that'll be like I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, that's why it's not working. Can you see the problem, guys? I'm just gonna see if you can spot the problem. Can you see the problem? Because I can. Can you see it? It's right there. Let's see if I know. I just realised why it's not working. Can you spot it, guys? Come on. There's 2 viewers. Spot the problem. It's right there. The reason why it's not activating. I'm gonna have a sip of my coffee. Okay, the problem is I didn't connect the game object to setting active. Boom. Now it should work. I cannot believe that. And there I was thinking there was something wrong with the code. What I'd done. There wasn't anything wrong. I just hadn't plugged in the reference to the object. Now it should work. What an absolute pillock. We'll pretend that didn't happen, guys. We'll just pretend. Now it should work. Oh, baby! So, standard attack, followed up by that. Okay. Right, so this has fixed us, allowing us to do the that's sorted out. So if we did a melee attack, standard attack, and then followed it up with an ability, that follows through. What we now have is an issue with the visual of the health bar. I think that's to do with the booleans, the scene variable booleans, as well as the animation. It's not perfect. There's still an issue with it. I think it's because of all these booleans. Because obviously all of these are happening on every frame. There's multiple... All of these events are pretty much happening on frame. I think that's where the issue is, where it's kind of... It's almost like you want to have... The thing is, I've got quite a lot of booleans for... I've got a lot of booleans for the scene variable, and then the boolean states within the machine, the animator. We do have a partially working solution though, with The animated state. Get the animated state of the player character. Current animated state of the player character. Is ability true? If it is true, do that. No, sorry. Right, get that. What I might do is I might have a look at this bug fix offline. It's a partial solution. There's just, as you can see, there's a lot of code there. So I need to look at this when I'm not tired. It's, as you've seen, guys, the animated graph for the player character is a bit full on. So it's just finding out where to sort this. But anyway, I'm going to call the stream there. We don't have many jobs left at all. I've got one bug here to fix with the cultist and priest getting knocked over, but they do fix it if you move away from them. And then the ability cooldown. So we've actually fixed the kind of sword hitbox almost for if the player does a standard attack and then follows up with an ability afterwards. That's 50% kind of done, I would say, in terms of fixing the bug. So I'm gonna, like I say, I'm gonna have a look at that offline because bug fixing, I don't want to spend a whole stream just trying to find the problem. There's quite a lot of code here. So I'm gonna call the stream there. Tomorrow, when I'm back from uni, I'm gonna be doing a very long stream. It's probably gonna be potentially 9 hours. Because I've got to get all of the narrative in the game. I've got to use ink, I've got to write the stuff in there, I've got to make sure that that works correctly, put in the trigger boxes, make sure it all lines up with my design for narrative and how it all connects and works. So if you guys have enjoyed it, make sure you tune in tomorrow. The stream, I'll probably do it maybe in the evening. I think I do have to pop out at one point. But it's going to be a big stream tomorrow, guys. So make sure you tune in if you enjoy watching Game Dev. Thank you for joining me, guys. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch. Don't forget to check out my YouTube playlist if you want to see previous Game Dev streams for Unreal, Unity or Blender. Thanks for joining me tonight. I hope you've had fun. And thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next stream. Ciao.